Okay. Hang on one more minute. Okay. Ten o'clock. Please rise for the national pledge of allegiance. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Okay, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Line item number 3, public testimony. Anybody not in the agenda may appear before the court at this time.
Good morning, Mr. Garcia, Commissioners.
There's Nicole.
The sheriff is on first.
Okay, go ahead, Sheriff.
Good morning, Mr. Garcia and Commissioners. Just to inform you, we have 68 inmates, 7 females. We also have 2 officers attending a internal affairs investigation course in Corpus Christi. We have already prepared for the scheduling of the fair. I believe Mr. Mercado is going to be there. We have an agenda item later on in the meeting. We also have served over 50 papers in the last 2 weeks by the tax office, as well as writ of execution. We have also spent $3,600 this month of September on inmates in Beeville. We will be picking up the tower in Hidalgo County on Thursday, and we will schedule that for the fairground the remaining of the week from the 19th on. We also participated with the National Night Out, a very good turnout there at the courthouse, and also domestic violence put on by the district attorney and county attorney. Very good turnout. That's all we have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sheriff. Sure appreciate it.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Anybody else?
We have one.
Yes.
Hello,
Ortega, right?
Nicole Ortegon, yes, sir.
Ortegon.
So I'm Nicole Ortegon. I'm the outreach director for Brush Country Casa. I've been to visit with you before. We're a nonprofit and we recruit volunteers to help guide kids through the foster care system. I come today because I wanted to inform you of an upcoming event that we have going on throughout the entire Coastal Bend, and that is the Coastal Bend Day of Giving on November 8th. This is a wonderful event because any gift given, a monetary donation through the Coastal Bend Day of Giving website on this day will be doubled up to $24,000 per organization, which gives organizations like CASA the chance to come home with $48,000 in one day. So I'm requesting funding support and donation for this event if anyone's interested, and of course to get the word out about the event. And on top of Brush Country Casa, other organizations such as the Boys and Girls Club here in Alice are also on the list. So I just wanted to make sure to spread the word on that. And if you wouldn't mind, may I please approach to give you flyers?
Go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Here's an extra, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you. And that's it for me. If y'all have any questions, please feel free to reach
We
out.
can't comment.
Yeah, I got you. No problem. Thank you.
But thank
you,
you
ma'am.
so much. We'll proceed. Anybody else? Yes. Please state your name and.
My name is Jacqueline Johnson. And I am a resident of Texas. I'm also a small business owner, and my friend with me is also a small business owner and an Alice resident. And so we're proposing an opportunity for business owners and the residents of Alice to meet. Alice is a growing community, and often projects or business might be outsourced to bigger cities like Corpus. The people in our community might not know what's available to them locally. So it's advertising for business owners and a chance for businesses to get to know people in their community and build connections. So we're proposing an event in February, and we're asking one street in front of the courthouse to be blocked off so businesses can come and set up booths and tables, and then the residents can come and meet them and kind of mingle. It's a great way to build our community. I think that we have a lot of local businesses that people just don't know about. I've been here for 13 years and I'm still learning of things that are available to me in our community. So I'm hoping that we can be put on the next agenda and it can be voted on. I'm not sure about the process, what needs to be done.
Yeah. I'll comment on the closing of the street, probably have to go through the city.
Through the city, okay, that works.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, anybody else?
Morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. Morning.
Yeah, let me introduce myself. My name is Mo Hill, and I'm a licensed professional counselor. And I just come before you just to talk briefly about the mental health urgency here in our community and throughout the state and throughout this country. Fact, the greatest source of mental health services in the state of Texas is the county jail system. Texas counties face an ever-rising cost of providing the constitutional minimum levels of care, including mental health services. According to the Texas Association of Counties, they are the biggest source of mental health. One thing about when Yolanda did the stakeholders meetings throughout our county, the common theme and the common denominator at all these meetings was mental health was either 1, 2, or 3. The underlying current in all the recent school shootings is somebody had some form of mental health. Recently, in the past 10 days, I've gotten 13 calls from individuals that work within the county with current and in urgent situations, either about their loved ones, their kids, about their family members, or about, public enemy number one right now, which is fentanyl. I'm headed to Bruni, then to London, and to Banketti Independent School District in the next coming weeks to do presentations on fentanyl, especially if y'all are familiar with what happened in Hayes County, which they had 5 students that overdosed. That put everything on full alert. Okay. They also offer Narcan in the school system. The goal, as I just talked with Yolanda, is, which is a unified goal, is to connect all our systems: school system, home system, law enforcement system, court system, mental health system, in a concerted effort to bring in the whole community in, because each and every one of us, I took a poll in this room right now, each and every one of us, pre-COVID and post-COVID, have been affected by mental health. Another thing, part of the proposal that we're putting together, and we don't have a hard number just today, but we're working on it. I'm working with Dr. Brown from A&M Kingsville, Dr. Anna Rodriguez from Pan Am, and a few 4 other counselors from the area. But we got to do something now, guys, because another thing, this county, if y'all don't know, in this calendar year, we've had over 10 suicides. We don't have nothing on a consistent basis in place for first responders when they go out to these calls and lead these calls. They come back and they just go back to work, or they go back home and they carry that burden with them, or after somebody, if there's a call in place. Another thing that we want to try to implement and working with our county and city officials is, if there's a call, we want the call to start being addressed. Okay, is this a regular call, or is somebody there with some mental health? If it's somebody there with some mental health, then we want to have a protocol set up where you can reach out to a mental health professional. He could piggyback along with law enforcement and not put themselves in jeopardy, but yet be there as a liaison.
30 more seconds.
Okay, to be there as a liaison. The proposal that's going to be presented in the future is going to request a sum of money that's going to address the current needs of mental health in this community. Thank you, and y'all stay safe.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Anybody else? Yolanda?
Good morning, County Commissioners. I'd like to let you know about an event that's going to occur on Wednesday, October 19th. As you may have heard, in Jemez County, a LULAC chapter has opened. It consists of a local chapter here, Duval County, Fremont is currently starting one, and we have one in Brooks County. On October 19th, there will be a luncheon. We have the national president, Mr. Domingo Garcia, who will be present, along with the state LULAC director, the past national president, Rosa Rosales, who marched in the civil rights with Cesar Chavez. We will be inviting some of the business community, the county commissioner, elected officials. It is a luncheon. We will have a program, a presentation. As you may know, some of the LULAC founding members were from Alice, Texas. We have Jose Luz Sainz, Mr. Perales, who is also a local founding member, and Mr. J.T. Canales from Fremont. They will be honored. We will have a presentation from the president of the Jemez County Historical Commission, Mr. Antonio Bill, will also be presenting. So it is a very informative event, and we encourage y'all to attend. You will be getting your formal invitations. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Where did you say it was gonna be at?
I'm sorry. The event is going to be held at the 611 Event Center in Commerce. It is a luncheon. It'll start at 1:30. And we also have about 20 representatives from San Antonio coming, so it's going to be a full house.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, not being any, I'm gonna skip to line item number 6. Discuss, consider, take actions on minutes from the previous meeting.
I make a motion to approve items presented.
I second.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Item number 7, discuss, consider, take action on budget amendment request by County Agent Marcado, Rogelio Marcado, to transfer $2,500 from line item 12665-428.00 vehicle expenses to line item 12665-487.10 CEA and AG.
Commissioners Court have reviewed the request and we also pay that.
I make a motion to
I'll
approve.
second.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Line item number 8, discuss, consider, take action on budget amendment request by District Clerk or David Guerrero to transfer $5,000 from line item 124450499.63 printing and filming to line item 124050575.00 furniture and fixtures.
Commissioners Court have looked over the request and we also pay that.
Make
Make a motion to accept item number 8 is presented.
I second.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Okay, line item number 9, discuss, consider, take action on budget amendment request by County Commissioner Precinct 3 Renee Kershaw Chapa to transfer $100,000 from the following line items. 23623-550.00 road and bridge improvements to the following: 20,000 to line item 2362330 gas, oil, and lubricants, etc. 8,000 to line item 23623-354.10 repair Parts, 37,002, line item 23623,356.20, repair materials coal mix. Okay, contract labor, repairs, 10,000 to line item 23623,486.25, truck hauling.
Did we miss anything?
Yeah,
Okay,
you missed,
We missed the line.
after co-mix, after co-mix.
15,000 to 2.3.
okay, to 623,580.00, building and improvement, 10,000 to line item 23623,486.15, contract labor repairs, and 10,000 to line item 23623,486.25, truck hauling. And these, don't put so many numbers, though. It's gonna get worse. Is there a motion? Motion?
I make a motion.
I'll second it.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Line item number 10, discuss, consider, take action on budget amendment request by County Judge Juan Rodriguez Jr. to transfer 15,000 from line item 12409,580.10, Tecolote Trail Improvement, to line item 12409,403.03, Tecolote Trail Engineering, 1,000 from line item 12510,310.00, miscellaneous supplies, to line item 12409,427.00, conference and association, 18,000 from line item 12510,573.00, equipment. Line item 12490,573.00, equipment, $1,000, 12510,390.00, miscellaneous supplies, to line item 12510,330.00, gas, oil, and lubricants, 5,000 from line item 12409,462.00, repair and maintenance levy, to line item 126,704.80.00, Jim Wells County, dues, $250 from line item 27401,403.00, professional services, to line item 27401,390.00, miscellaneous supply, $500 from line item 12409,499.85, child safety payment, to line item 126,73453.00, equipment repairs and maintenance, fairgrounds, $500 from line item 12409,499.85, child safety payment, to line item 12673.575.00, furniture and fixtures.
Commissioner Court, if you all,
Make a motion to approve item number 10 is presented.
A second.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Okay, here we go again. Okay. Okay, line item number 11, discuss, consider, take action. Budget amendment from County Commissioner Precinct 4, Huicho Gonzalez, to transfer 10,000 from line item 24624,330.00, oil, gas, and lubricants, to line item 24624,550.00, road and bridge improvements, 5,000 from line item 24624,354.00, repair parts, to line item 24624,550.00, road and bridge improvements, 8,600, to line item 486.75 truck hauling to line item 246245550.00 road and bridge improvement 20,000 from line item 2462486.35 disposing of trash to line item 246245550.00 road and bridge improvements 10,000 from line item 2462463.00 rental of equipment to line item 2462455.00 road and bridge improvements $1,000 from line item 2462453.00 repair of equipment to line item 2462455.00 road and bridge improvement 3,000 from line item 2462427.00 conference and associations to line item 2462455.00 road and bridge improvements $1,000 from line item 2462499.00 miscellaneous to line item 2462455.00 road and bridge improvements.
Commissioners Court, are you all okay at approval of the request?
I make a motion to approve.
A second.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Okay, line item number 12, discuss, consider, take actions on certification of funds by county auditor for road and bridge, precinct number 3, Fund 23, revenue line fund received in 2022 in the amount of $701.40, certified funds in Fund 23 to be used for equipment.
Commissioners Court, pursuant to local government code 111.0108, I hereby certify that Jumbo County has received $128,701.40 in the road and bridge number 3, Fund 23 for revenue line items available for expenditure. These road and bridge funds in 23 are for expenditures to be incurred by said road and bridge number 3, and that such proceeds are available for appropriate expenditure. This certification allows for the addition of these funds to the 2022 budget as an amendment. Since the expenditures will be funded and paid from Fund 23, I hereby request the following budget amendment for the 2022 Jumbo County budget. Culvert materials, 23,000,364.00. There has been a collection of $5,675. Insurance recovery, 23,000,000,370.80. 33,949.20. In refund sundries, we have 23,000,370.88, 1,077.20. And in loan proceeds, 23,000,380, we have 88,000. And this is gonna be offset by equipment, 23,623,573.00, and she has an additional 128,701.40 for equipment.
I make a motion to approve.
A second.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Line item 13, discuss, consider, take action on certification of funds by county auditor for road and bridge, precinct number 4, Fund 24, in the amount of $52,836.24, certified funds in Fund 24 to be used for equipment.
Commissioners Court, pursuant to local government code 111.0108, I hereby certify that Jumbo County has received $52,836.24 in the road and bridge Fund 24 from state grant funds available for expenditures. This road and bridge funds are for expenditures to be incurred by road and bridge number 4, and that such proceeds are available for appropriate expenditures. This certification allows addition of these funds to the 2022 budget as an amendment. Since this expenditure will be funded and paid from the road and bridge 24, I hereby certify request the following budget amendment for the 2022 Jimos County budget. State grants 24,000,332.00, 52,836.24, and that is going to be offset by equipment, 24,624,573.00, 52,836.24, which now the commissioner has to spend. Thank you very much.
Is there a
Make a
motion?
motion to approve.
I'll second it.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Line item 15.
14.
Line item 14, I'm sorry. Discuss, consider, and take action on renewing contract with professional service provider to maintain computer network security and implement a VPN at Jim Wells County Courthouse and annexes.
Good morning, Commissioners. This basically, we initially had a Network Block USA firewall protection that we had first signed back 3 years ago. And now it's the deadline to renew it is November 30th. So we need to renew it because we need to protect our networks, firewall, against the antivirus, ransomware. It's really important to have a protection. We were protecting 6 locations, the courthouse, Juvenile Adult Probation, and other commissioner's office. And it's really important, we gotta keep it protected. We're initially paying, correctly, so I get that more information to you. We're paying almost 24,000 a year on the initial contract, but there's a small increase to it. But they're asking us to increase more cost for storage for the network monitoring log. They want to be able to keep track of us. They want to be able to keep all this log for 90 days and then 1 year be ported into the cloud storage they have. They have requested increase of $685 a month to $1,875 a month for more storage, because they were notifying me that we don't have enough storage to keep it. So we need to increase storage to keep the log record. All the firewall activity is really important. We've got to have that in case of ransomware attack. They could be able to locate, identify where it's coming from, and be able to block it. So I'm requesting the Commission Court to renew the contract and include the increase the cost of the storage. I have brought to your attention to the budget hearing request $22,500 for increase on that. There's already been approved. So
Any questions?
I make a motion to approve the action of renewing the contract.
A second.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thank you, Robert.
thank you, sir.
Line item 15, discuss, consider, take action on request from county agent department to lease purchase a 2023 Chevrolet Suburban through HGAC and enter into a financial agreement with Government Capital Corporation.
Good morning, Commissioners. This action item is to replace the vehicle that we lost back in April. We have approximately $34,000 from the insurance settlement with TAC, and we will finance approximately $17,000 for the next 3 years. And that's already approved or funding is already approved in the 2023 budget.
Make a motion to accept the item as presented, Judge.
A second.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Line item 16. Okay, discuss, consider, and take action on approving the renewal rates for 2023 Jim Wells County Group Insurance.
Commissioner
Health
Court,
plan.
I just want to introduce you, senior report.
Yes.
Yeah.
She's our tax
Yeah.
representative for
I think you got some good news for us.
Hopefully, some benefits.
And we already have it covered into the budget. So that every
No, I have the contract. Do you want me?
sign.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Noe. My name is Clarissa Martinez. I am the Employee Benefits Consultant for the South Territory ATTAC. So it's been another year. Last I was here, it was last year's renewal, so it's great to be with you all again today. We will be going over that first page that I handed out. It's going to be just an executive summary to summarize most of the points that went into the renewal. So this is going to be for the medical, dental, vision, and life benefits through the TAC Health and Employee Benefits pool. So for over a decade, the pool renewal has been below the state average for the health plan rate increases. We're continuing to see an uptick in high cost claimants. So that's of course any claims that are above 50,000. And then we're also seeing between late 2020 and early 2022, of course, COVID-19 claims. So far, the pool has paid nearly $37 million in COVID claims. So that kind of gives you an estimate of some of the increases that we're seeing throughout the pool as a whole. Still, the pool renewal average of 5.9% is going to be well below the projected 2022 medical and prescription drug trend. So the trend, of course, is the cost of healthcare inflation. Currently for Texas, that healthcare cost of inflation is around 9.8 to 13.8%. So being that the pool needed amount is at 5.9%, we're targeting and we're below the statewide average. The pool needed amount is 5.9%, which means that half of our groups are going to receive below that 5.9%. Some are going to receive above that 5.9%, and then some will receive 5.9%. So when we're looking at the medical renewal for Jim Wells County itself, we are seeing a 7.5% increase effective on January 1st of 2023. So we, of course, evaluate each county and district based on a few different factors. That's going to be the group size, claims experience, age and gender statistics, area factors, demographic factors, and of course, high cost claimants. So I'll kind of try to sum these up for you all. That way you understand what is going into that 7.5% increase. The group size, y'all currently have around 275 total members. So it's about 211 employees, and then the rest up to 275 are going to be dependents. The claims experience, we are seeing a 12-month loss ratio of around 110%. So what a loss ratio is going to be your claims versus contributions. So what exactly we're paying out in claims versus what we're receiving in premiums from the county. So being at 110% basically means we're paying out more in claims for Jim Wells County than we are receiving in premiums. We don't just look at the last 12 months loss ratio, we do look at a 36-month basis. So I also included the 36-month loss ratio, which is sitting at 96.7%. We do typically, our standard loss ratio is going to be a 94% to break even with the pool. That other 6% goes into administrative costs, salaries, and more. So overall, the health plan claims are on the rise and speaks to the renewal increase of 7.5% for the plan year of 2023. Age and gender statistics, we are seeing a 6.9% percentage that is older of a population for the county employees here versus the average age of Jim Wells County, their population. The demographic factor, you'll see that the cost of care in Jim Wells County itself is a negative 10%, less compared to the average cost of care in Texas. So it's significantly cheaper to receive care here in Jim Wells County versus other places such as metropolitan areas and more. And lastly, I want to go over the high cost claimants, which have been your largest impact. So there have been two claims over 250,000. One was just at about 250,000, and the other was right below 500,000, sitting at around 495,000. So those two high-cost claimants are a big contributing factor to your total claims cost. And then lastly, there are 6 claims over 50,000, but under 100,000. 5 of those 6 are ongoing, and the other 2 claims over 250,000 are also ongoing. So that's something to keep in mind in the future years with the renewal increases in the next year, or with the renewals in the next year. We're hoping to have a better pool needed amount as we see COVID kind of on the lower end, but just keep in mind there are some ongoing high cost claimants. Any questions on the medical before I move into the dental? Okay, the dental plan will have a 5% increase effective on 1/1 of 2023. A side note, the loss ratio for the dental plan was sitting at about 110%. So again, we're paying more in claims versus what we're receiving in premiums for the dental. There has been no changes to the vision or life rates. The vision plan will have richer benefits on effective 1/1 of 2023. So that's going to include lower copays for the vision plan. Again, the life insurance has no rate changes for plan year 2023. Any questions on any of those products before I move on? All right, in other news, real quick, we are offering a cafeteria plan administration this coming year. So the base service is going to be free to pool members. And this is going to help provide with compliance education and a plan document, which allows employees to take their benefit elections and deductions from their payroll pre-tax. So this is something that y'all can keep in mind for the up and coming years, but we are able to provide that service to you all. Again, we are going to continue with the Affordable Care Act reporting. So we'll continue to cover this for all pooled groups at no cost. And we will be producing those necessary IRS forms for you and for the employees. Last point, bullet point number 7, at the bottom, you will see the surplus distribution. So when we have a surplus, we do give that back as a not-for-profit association. We give that back to our counties. We look at longevity that you have been with the pool, and then we look at claims experience. We, in the past 5 years, have given back around $29,000 to Jim Wells County, and you can expect to receive $16,579 in surplus for this past year. Lastly, the report that you have in front of you that's kind of colored, this is just going to be a 5-year overview, a 4-year benefit, nothing really to go over here. But kind of summed it up all on that executive summary. This is just something for you to have to look on the past 5 years. Does anyone have any question, commissioners?
Any questions?
And this 7.5 increase on the medical is to keep the current plan, which is $1,000 deductible, $30 office visit copay, and a $40 specialist copay. So same plan, no disruption to employees if y'all renew as is.
I make a motion to renew the rates for 2023.
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All
Aye.
opposed, same sign.
All right, thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes, I highlighted what.
Motion passes.
And then if you can just send that back to us. Sure. Thank you.
It's I'm gonna skip number 17. Go to 18. Discuss, consider, take action on request by Cruiser County Store for approval for temporary license sales of liquor at the 85th annual Jim Wells County Fair at the county fairgrounds, starting October the 15th, 2022, October 20 through October the 22nd, 2022. It's they're going to be selling requesting a temporary license is what they're doing.
I'll make a motion to accept items presented.
A second.
Commissioners, if we could just make that, that it's approved contingent on them obtaining the license. from TABC. Just in case they aren't able to get it, that we're covered.
Motion to accept item as 18 is presented, including that they received their license, temporary license from TABC.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you,
Thank you,
Michael.
Mr. Guerra.
Is this a new group that's gonna be selling the alcohol for the fair?
I
'Cause
think
it's
they, I
usually
think
the
they did it
license
last year
holder.
también, no? They did it last year. The Casey's didn't do it anymore. So was there a motion?
Yes,
There was a motion and
There's a motion and a second. All in favor, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Okay, now license, okay, line item 19, discuss, consider, take action to authorize the Jim Wells County Auditor's Office to add a donated K-9 officer dragon to the property inventory of Constable Precinct Number 1, Albert Martinez.
Commissioners, good morning.
Morning.
That kind of sums it up. I mean, it's just a requirement that I bring it before you all so that we can authorize the auditor's office to. I'll make a motion to accept item 19.
I'll second the motion.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor, indicate by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez.
Thank you all very much.
You already received it, or are you gonna go receive it, or?
I'm going to receive it. I have not yet.
Okay, thanks.
It's ready to go
And you did put it in the budget
for next year, yes.
to feed your dog?
Whatever we need this year, very little, so we can budget.
Okay, line item number 20, discuss, consider, take action to allow the Jim Wells County Sheriff's Office to work security in the form of overtime at the fairgrounds during the Jim Wells County Fair that would be reimbursed to the county through the Fair Association.
Yes, sir, Commissioners, every year we participate in the security program for the Fair Association. We are looking at approximately this year to have a cost of $12,000 to $15,000 that we get reimbursed by the association and the carnival. We will be taking full control of the carnival this year. So with the reserves and the constables that will be helping us, we're going to have about 25 people out there working almost every other day, starting on Wednesday.
Is there a
Commissioners,
motion?
I'd just like to add that
Okay, go
the
ahead.
fact that the Sheriff's Department is very diligent on helping the Fair Association. We thank them. We thank y'all for your support in putting on this annual event. There's a lot of planning that goes on with it. Recently, a committee from the Fair Association has been meeting also with the Sheriff's Department to ensure the safety of our exhibitors, our public, and everybody involved in the program. I want to thank y'all and the Sheriff's Department as well.
What all does this security cover? What part of the grounds of the county fair?
The whole grounds.
The whole grounds, including the carnival?
Yes, sir. This year, we've made sure of that for sure.
That's
I
what
think-
they're bringing that tower to
Yeah.
provide.
I'll make a motion to accept the item as presented.
There's a motion
I'll second the motion.
and a second. By the way, constables will be also helping. So there'll be a big part of
Thank you, guys.
Friday and Saturday, right? Okay.
Constable Hardy will have to throughout the week.
Right.
Constable
Yes,
I believe the constables will be providing approximately a little over 200 hours, man-hours of security out there during the high attendance times. Sheriff is gracious, he's invited us to have a seat at the table in the planning stages. We've been privy to those meetings with the board president and the security committee. And so we've been available to assist in the planning. So we're looking to have very good control of all the places out there, the parking, parking, the carnival, the vendor sites, everything.
Yeah.
The constables are also, we're doing on our own, we're providing golf carts, so we can be very mobile. We have 6 golf carts out there, so we can be out there at all different parts. So thank you, Sheriff, it's gracious.
Yeah, it's a big, you know, you've never done it before, right? You know?
No, sir.
Yeah, it's gonna,
This will be the
right,
beginning
right.
of it.
I'm sure glad you all are doing it. You know, we sure need all the security we can get.
Yes.
Okay. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Okay, line item 21. Consider, discuss, approve requests for proposals for administrative services and requests for qualification for engineering services for the Community Development Block Grant Regional COG method of distribution administered through the Texas General Land Office for Jim Wells County. Okay,
So
we'll be going,
this is the money that we're getting from the COG, and we have to follow procurement process. So we put this item on the agenda so we can go out for an RFP and an RFQ. If any of y'all have any projects that y'all wanna work
is this
on.
at, it's not that,
The drainage or what?
drainage,
The
is this,
drainage.
it's at
the-
7.3? Or no?
The $7.3 million.
Okay. Okay,
Oralia Cardenas with GrantWorks. I can provide some information, a little bit of information about the program. So this is funding that came to the Coastal Band COG as a result of Hurricane Harvey impacts. This is mitigation money that came from HUD. They have allocated funds to communities that were impacted by Harvey within the COG. There are 9 councils of governments that were affected. The allocation for Jim Wells County is 7.3 million, with approximately another of that amount, 2.9 million has to be dedicated to low and moderate income projects benefit. It can be more, but it needs to be at least that amount of projects that benefit low and moderate income. And if you're familiar with that, it's done through census or surveys, house-to-house surveys. You've received CDBG money. This funding, though, is administered by the General Land Office. And the councils of government, it's called the method of distribution. We call it the COG mod. And so the state of Texas is required to do their method of distribution, and that's the overall action plan that was approved several years ago. This is one of the programs that's done through the COGS, but it is administered at the GLO. And the method of distribution is pending approval from the GLO. This starts the process for administration services, the RFQ and the RFP. One of the things that's very time consuming is if you do have projects that require house-to-house surveys, you know, commissioners, it takes a while to get those done. And we understand that once that method of distribution is approved, there's a limited time to submit the applications, and so get it started on the process helps to help develop a good project and projects that are eligible.
any questions?
Thank you.
We're sure glad we got the grant.
Yes. I make a motion to approve the request for RFP
I'll second.
and RFQ.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Line item number 22, discuss, consider, take action to adopt resolution appropriating the American Rescue Act 2021 funds in the amount not to exceed the total award allocations and allocated in the same amount to a proposal spending framework to projects and programs intended to support the government services, community, residential, nonprofit, to the extent of the responding impact of the COVID-19 public health emergency within Jim Wells County. Okay. There's a resolution, right?
Yes, sir. It's a resolution. You should have that along with the budget framework that was adopted during the 2 budget meetings that the county commissioners held. And basically, this is the budget that was approved at the last budget meeting. And you have before you the resolution adopting the budget framework. And it's the departments that all the department requests that were approved in this budget. And this is the framework that we're working off of as the departments submit their requests. This is the budget that we work off of.
We read the resolution first and then vote? Or we vote and then?
We do have a resolution,
Sir.
Commissioner Gonzalez, you want to read it?
A resolution of the Jim Wells County Commissioners appropriating American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, local fiscal recovery funds in an amount not to exceed $7,863,154 and allocating in the same amount to projects and programs as introduced by Jim Wells County Commissioners proposing spending framework for American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA funds. Whereas Congress adopted the American Rescue Plan Act in March 2021, whereas ARPA funds are intended to provide support to state, local, and tribal governments in responding to the impact of COVID-19 and in their efforts to contain COVID-19 in their communities, residents, and businesses. Whereas the coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery funds ensures that governments have the resources needed to fight the pandemic and support families and businesses struggling with its public health and economic impacts, maintain vital public services, even amid declines in revenue, and build a strong, resilient, and equitable recovery by making investments that support long-term growth and opportunity. Whereas the Jim Wells County Administration have worked over the past 4 months to introduce a proposed spending framework for Jim Wells County American Rescue Plan Act, identify the needs of Jim Wells County residents and businesses, as well as Jim Wells County departments, convened many meetings with members of the public and business, nonprofit, and social service groups, and conducted various community participation meetings during the months of December 2021 through March 2022, and conducted 2 budget meetings on July 25th, 2022, and on September 1st, 2022, to develop the framework, guiding principles, and review the proposed funding framework in this resolution. And whereas projects and programs authorized for funds from American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, local fiscal recovery funds should seek out and leverage coordinated funding where possible, and that Jim Wells County Commissioners authorizes county administration to disperse funds in substantially the categories and allotments reflected in Exhibit A, the American Rescue Act, ARPA fiscal year 22 funding request spending framework. Be it further resolved, the Jim Wells County Commissioners authorizes county administration to use the funds to maximize the lawful use of the federal funds within the framework established by the applicable federal programs, and to use funds to the extent identified as eligible uses by the American Rescue Act, ARPA regulations.
Is there a motion?
And this is your Appendix A, the budget that was approved at the last budget workshop.
Where's that one?
I'll second it.
So-
Actually, we don't have a copy.
Yes, it's over here.
You have
It's
one?
over here.
Very good.
I just have a question. So,
Yes.
like constables, when the constables did come in, and we have 5 constables, we only approved 4.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, but it's, we're not there yet, no.
Oh, yeah, I'm just saying.
But in the budget framework, it was changed. They initially requested 5, but I believe in the first budget meeting, they requested 4. I believe there was one constable as was stated at the hearing.
But we're not on that line item yet.
No,
But this is
but she's
part of the-
inquiring about, oh, in the budget.
Yeah, okay, because
Yeah.
there will be a request. Okay,
Yeah,
go ahead.
she's inquiring, I believe under the ATV,
Right,
budget.
Yeah.
It was changed from 5 to 4 at the request.
right,
I believe that's what you were asking, Commissioner?
yeah, okay.
Okay.
The next item is going to be the opposite.
Right, I believe they have an item to,
Okay.
yes, sir.
But this is just asking questions on the budget of the ARPA funds.
Yeah.
So do,
The-
we have the application available too?
Yes, ma'am, I believe that is agenda item.
Okay.
We'll be discussing the application so that you can approve for the nonprofits.
I made a motion and
Wait a second.
wait till second.
Yeah, there's a motion and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Benny.
Okay, line item 23, discuss, consider, take action to approve standards and uniform policies, internal control and procedures, process and procedures regarding the American Rescue Plan Fund expenditures designated within the proposed funds for Jim Wells County Department and establishing or considering spending limits or budget amendment.
So Commissioners, this agenda item is brought to you for consideration after discussions with the County Auditor's Office, with Mr. Gomez and Ms. Cindy Garcia. What we've encountered as we're processing these purchase orders based on the department's requests where they have already been approved their budgets. We'll have some that will be under, but we'll also have some that are over the budget that has been approved during the budget workshops that we had. And some of the things that we're encountering, so what we've discussed, and I'll let Mr. Gomez say something. What we're finding is that we want you to consider placing a gap if they are allowed to go over a certain amount, or we don't allow them to go over that approved budget that we just adopted. So that's something that we need some kind of internal policies or guidance so that we are consistent on how we are approaching these purchase orders, because they are starting to come in and we want some kind of uniform guideline to follow.
It may be that prices have changed, and they're a little bit higher than they were when they came in, but they still are over. You also understand that they're getting 20,000, it's coming in 23. What do you all want to do with that?
What do you think is reasonable? No,
What would be reasonable? What is reasonable? Anything that's below that, we can, I mean, that's no problem, but some are going over it as what they've been allowed during the ARPA process of budgeting. And we want commissioners to go forward this, tell us what to do. Normally, some people will say no, but it's ARPA money, we all are looking at it, we want to bring it to you all, we want you all to guide us as to what you all think is reasonable. What can be, 100,000 or is it 5, 10? No, I mean, if it's 100,000, is it 10?
Like maybe 5,000.
Is it 5,000? So we,
Depending on the amount.
I think a 3% probably would be
so
reasonable. I don't think inflation will go more than 3% per month or.
because what we'll see is some are under, and these are, I'm just gonna go over some of the things so you can start considering as a whole. So we'll have some that are over. Do we want to cap that at a percentage or a certain dollar amount? If we do so, some of those funds will come out from the reserves that we set aside. I believe that 800 or 800,000. Now, there could be some departments that go under. That monies will get put back into the reserve funds. So there'll maybe some monies also that'll be going back into the reserves. We won't touch the R and B funds. The commissioners have each set aside some monies. Yeah, keep going.
It's not a.
Yeah.
Checkbook or whatever, it's just in case it goes over.
And I think that's basically what's gonna end up happening. Everybody's gonna say, oh, they'll give us more. We gotta cap it. We capped it. Everybody came in with their presentations and we offered the money.
And
We should have, it's been capped already, you know, because people are gonna be coming in.
And the other thing is, if they do go over, do we want them to come back with a budget amendment so we can have a paper trail of that as well? Or do we just go ahead and allow that, through the purchase order procedure? Or do we want to ask the department to come back and ask the commissioners for a budget amendment? So that's another consideration.
I think if anybody that requested, they can probably go back to the vendor and see if there's an increase. And if it's not within reason, they need to bring it back, and they can lock in a number with the vendor so we can approve it. What do you, I mean,
I'm thinking that if you're budgeting yourself, you're either gonna be able to get what you want, what you really need, and cut somewhere else. But coming to us again for more funding, when is it gonna end? You're gonna be amending all the time, and we're gonna have to be dipping into the reserve part that we left there. So you were budgeted so much money, you do the best you can with it. If it means that you cut somewhere else, you cut somewhere else.
And I can see that, but I know that some people got costs like for the ATVs, and it's taken us this long, and we all know inflation has, played a big part in it. So maybe each ATV went up $1,000. I don't know. I don't even know what the numbers are, but if that's what they started with, and because of the process, the prices have gone up, I think we should be able to prove what they requested.
The other situation that has occurred as well is those that have gone over their budget, would the commissioners consider if there's money in their general fund? There has been a situation where if there was money in their general fund, could they use their general fund? Now, I did receive some comments from the county auditors that perhaps that was not a good practice because we don't want to not commingle the funds, but we're having to say, okay, this much from ARPA funds, but now you need to produce another purchase order so that comes out of your budget line item. So that's the other scenario that we have encountered, or that is a possibility that they could do. Do you have it in your general budget?
I don't want to go to
Pay out
the
of your
general
general
funds.
budget.
We don't want to do that.
Yeah, we have discussed that that's not a good practice. The practice is we need to stay within our budget. The commissioners approved a budget. You adopted the resolution. So
I'm gonna echo Mr. Garcia's words. If you were given $500,000 to work with, you make it work for 500,000. You can't spend 600,000 and come back. I think it's.
But he did
I just
say
think we're gonna create a
3%.
monster by opening up the doors to everybody just overdo it and come back and ask for more.
3% on something small is small, but 3% on something big is a lot.
Yeah.
And we've got some that are
Yeah,
big.
but we're not gonna have too many $100,000.
I think maybe a dollar amount, because
So
Commissioner.
what are you experiencing?
So we're experiencing where we're having, for example, some IT equipment. The budget is at 20. We had to move the constable's budget. They were allocated for their gators and the utility trailers. They were allocated $64,604. And they came out to 67,000. So they were almost $3,000 over. So, but they had also been approved for IT laptops for their vehicles. at 27,000. So what we did was we took 3,000 from those 27,000 and put it into for the 4 vehicles and the so that left them with $24,000 in their computers and the equipment that
So
goes
it's
with that.
offset.
But then their PO for their computers was over $1,600. And I believe in the IT general budget, there is some monies for the constables for IT equipment that could be used from the general fund. That's that scenario that I talked about, where we're having to move some of those monies from the general fund to cover their
You're talking
overage.
about the constable, they probably got a little bit of forfeiture funds también, no? No, you don't have any? Anyway, I think, I don't know.
And so we need to have some consistency. We need to have some internal policy so that everyone is, uniform policy is applied to all the departments. And, as if this comes up again, we've had some of the departments who are right at their budget. Some have been a little bit under. We need guidance. That money needs to go back in.
So if somebody went right to their budget, why is it that the other people can't do it?
I'm like at a loss here.
We're all on a budget.
yeah.
All of us are on a budget, and we received this money, so we knew what we were gonna go get. And if we can't get, I got to 1.6? I gotta divide it with the 4 communities. That's all we all do. So we gotta budget ourselves to be able to do whatever we can for all of them. And we're gonna get the heat that, well, how come you're doing so much more for that one than we are for us? So we have to be able to budget. So why is it that everybody else can't budget? And coming to us and ask us for why I need more funding. Because if we raise the bar by $3,000 extra, then I'm gonna guarantee we're gonna get somebody coming in. Well, I got it 7,000. Can I get 4,000 more? When is it gonna end? I mean, that's my opinion. We're 4 of us up here. I think we gotta set the bar. We set the bar once. It's there. We can't be moving.
I think you need to bring it back, see where everybody's at. And so we can determine, if it might be an overall $3,000 and then it's not really significant.
The thing is,
Everybody's different, everybody's got a different PO, you're asking about a lot of information that you're gonna need.
Right.
Everybody that's been given ARPA money, you're gonna ask, are they over or not?
and bringing it back is a little difficult because we have to process these POs. So that would mean bringing it back to y'all for a budget amendment?
But
Is that what you're asking?
Some of these things, we didn't ask for a dollar amount. Like,
Well, I know,
No, we
like I'm saying, like they requested gators and trailers and computers, and we had a cost.
So
But then again,
it
it
changed.
went up a little bit.
during the budget process, prior to, I met with some of the departments. I did send them a spreadsheet and they did submit their requests. And those were the requests that were presented to the Commissioners Court for approval. And that's how we came up with this budget framework. So perhaps maybe considering a contingency in there that wasn't put in during the time that they submitted their requests, just in case we have situations where prices do go up.
The ones I'm more concerned about is the ones that requested computers, technology stuff, that we do have to kind of accommodate them because, we need to upgrade. And I'm pretty
And
sure
some
that,
of them have gotten,
we can't just say, no, you went over $50, you can't have it. We
Right,
can't
right.
do that.
so in the computer IT equipment, Robert's been very instrumental in working, getting those 3 quotes through the buy boards, and have managed to come
So
in.
those are pretty.
Yeah, that's been pretty consistent, like the county court at law, they came in within their budget. I believe county attorney's office as well.
So who didn't come in?
So far, we've only experienced the constables because so far, these are the departments that have been requesting their computers. We currently have working with the community supervision, they have about 25 laptops that they requested in their budget. So we tried to get all of them together so we can get a better price. So I'm working diligently with Mr. Silva the more we request, we can hopefully get a better price. Unfortunately, because the constables their computers require more equipment.
Maybe, this is just a suggestion to the constables. Maybe we can do without one trailer.
Sir, what I did was this. I did
Okay.
meet with Mr. Silva and with Miss Yolanda, and I was readily open to, instead of getting my computer, giving up my computer, with the docking station, giving that up so the other constables would get theirs, and then we would remedy this situation. Now, the reality is this, and I think that we have to look at the totality of the circumstances as they are at any given point in time with whatever department we're dealing with. What happened is this, and in response to Mr. Weech's question, very viable question. How is it then that these people can and these can't? What happened with our situation was when we quoted these ATVs, they were 22-year models. John Deere, the others were like 18, 19,000. John Deere gave us a quote of 13,000, I think 900 or something like that. So it was very much cheaper. And we're always looking at being frugal in everything that we do and what we expend. Now, by the time that, remember I came before you when I was asking for the POs because the prices were going up, we needed to lock them in to get them to production. Now, with John Deere, what has to happen is they have to put in, and we've already done that, and I want to commend Ms. Yolanda and Mr. Noe for their exceptional work. We got the POs done very quickly, and Noe's department issued the checks very quickly. We were able to get those ATVs to production. That's it. Now, the trailers was a local dealer, and he said, you know what, it's all right. I got the trailers here, I'll hold them at the same price. So he didn't go on it. The John Deere, unfortunately though, it's a corporation, and so they said, well, we can't sell you a 22 model, we gotta sell you a 23 model. And now it's gonna cost, instead of 12,900, whatever, it's gonna be 13,000. It was just a little bit over. And so that's what happened there, Commissioner, on that situation. But I did, and I was readily open to giving up my laptop and all that. And that would be a significant amount of money, 4,000 something, maybe a little bit more than that. And I said, you know what, the other constables can get theirs. I'll forego mine, and I will get mine, so that we can make up that.
So y'all are getting what, 3 or 4?
So how much was your laptop?
4.
I'm not sure, how much is it?
We're at.
So, Mr. Aramendez, so how much are you over?
For the laptops,
No, their total request.
their total request about 1,600.
Okay.
What the difference of.
Because
the laptop.
on the next item, there's a purchase of another one, which I don't think we're gonna honor. So by not honoring that one, we would probably be able to do the 1,600. What do you think, Mr. Gonzalez?
Yeah, but $1,600, I guess.
Yeah, because there's a request for another one. And I don't think we're gonna honor it, because that's pretty much my opinion, but we still have to vote on it. And if we don't do that, then I think we can go ahead and do the 1,600 versus $10,000-12,000, no?
Now, I hate to put cart before the horse. We're talking about item number 25, which is.
Yeah, but I'm talking about something that's gonna come up that's, we can't even, we're having trouble funding 1,600. So we're gonna have a lot of trouble trying to fund $10,000-15,000. That's,
Yolanda just said, what's the total amount that we have for computers? You said it was 20.
24,000.
24,000.
And the bid came in at 27,000, so they're over.
for each,
That's for the laptops.
4 laptops?
5 laptops.
5
For
laptops.
the 5 laptops.
So, and my thought is this, we
24,000.
could do without that to facilitate what we need with this extra, now.
yeah, but anyway, go ahead.
Yes, sir.
But we can't find, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
My initial proposal we've been acting together. This is why we've been able to, or we're now able to come together and provide these services, say, to the fair organization, to the fair association. We're doing things communally together, working together. And what we didn't want to do, what we're wanting to do, is not be like we have been in the past. I say we constables, where they're all divided or separate. We wanted to have continuity for one for all, and then so that we can come together and put our resources together.
So-
to
so-
help these kind of
So
situations.
what's the amount of ATV and a trailer,
14,000 and 2,950.
14,000?
Yes, 14,000 and 209.
So each one of you are getting a $14,000
Well,
vehicle.
we got ours at 13,000 something.
The Gators were 13,931 and 73 cents for a total amount of 55,726.92.
Yolanda, but
That's the
we
Gators.
can't get a cheaper laptop than $4,800 a laptop? That's a lot of money for a laptop. What
Well,
kind
it
of laptop?
requires a lot of special equipment.
It's special for what they adopted in there. So
and
what I'm saying is this, we could forego the laptops to make sure that we pay for the trailer and the ATVs.
But wouldn't the laptop be more important than the gator?
Because the laptop includes.
When you have
special-
four gators?
That's why I said, if you take 24,000 divided by 5, what the total amount would be, I would be willing to give mine up so that we could help the coverage.
But I know that it has special equipment, right?
But they also had
the
the program to run the driver's licenses. There were several equipment, the printers to print the tickets. I believe that's what they're used for. So there's a lot of other equipment. So these laptops ran, the laptop itself, that it's a tough book. It looks like this. And I believe this is the least expensive because they were also we looked at other quotes, and we're always wanting to go with the lowest quotes. But because they require like the printer, the cover for that laptop, they require the limited warranty alone was $895 for 2 years. The Brother printer was $195. The battery kit was $275. Again, we're talking 5 laptops. And then the swipe reader magnet card, that was $40 each. And then the magnetic card reader, the fingerprint reader. So that totaled to $25,600. We had $24,000 in their budget. They initially were approved 27, but they were over in the Gators. Initially, the Gators were 12,995. They came in at 13,931. So we moved 3,000 into the Gators, the budget for the Gators and the trailers. That left them with a $24,000 budget in their computer equipment.
Now, when we realized that one of those for the constables was submitted, there was only 4, we've been asking for 5. I submitted 5, the 5 precincts, at the very beginning, at the very onset. I was told that would be correct. So that's why now we're here.
No, I don't believe so, because I asked that question, how come that gentleman over there hadn't requested one? And y'all said he didn't want one.
Well, what he did.
So that's what I questioned, how come we were missing one?
He did, sir. What he thought was that he was going to be frugal. He needed some work done on his office. And he thought he would, instead of using the money for this, he thought he could divert the money and use it for construction on his office building and improve the new roof. And so I think that's when he verbalized that. Then we made him aware, provided clarity.
So you think,
Mr. Mendez, with all the respect, sir, but all those buildings are under the judge, so all the repairs go under the judge. They don't go under independence.
These funds are not for that.
okay, so Yolanda, can we make it work, by eliminating something or no?
Unless they voluntarily give up one laptop, they'll be under budget. Or the commissioners approve a policy internal controls that only, if you go over a certain amount, will cover it under what we have in reserves.
I'll give up my laptop.
Okay, so you got it,
But that doesn't, like if you're out there, you're not gonna
Yes,
have the
sir.
fingerprint, you're not gonna have
Well,
none of
but I
that.
still have access to dispatch, and that's what I've been using now. I mean, I have access.
I mean, it's,
So
they're
let's,
over
let's do
$1,600.
it this way, just figure out the way to stay under budget. Okay, that's, we can, do away with one computer, whatever it takes, you know, or,
There is
or
money.
find a cheaper computers would be.
But
No,
you all locate 4 ATVs, so you all are saying they can buy 5.
we're not in that agenda.
But that's the next item, that's, with,
That's what I'm hearing.
yeah.
Not yet. I think we're covering whether or not to approve their overage of the $1,600. Because the scenario was we either approve it and use ARPA funds or approve it and have that used from the general IT fund that Mr. Silva has. They can
Is
have the
it-
1,600
you-
from there.
If we go back to the minutes,
Uh-huh.
Commissioner's Court, where I presented all of these fund expenditure requests,
Yes, sir.
it would show that Commissioner's Court approved the expenditure for 5 ATVs, 5 trailers, and 5 constables. I believe that's what the minutes are gonna
Yeah,
reflect.
you know, maybe we can buy one of the computers through the CARE Act. There's
That's a
probably, there's monies
possibility
in
to
the CARES
consider.
Act, so,
Mhm.
and,
Yeah.
what do you think, Noe? It's a 16, you know,
I think we should just buy it. I mean, it's ARPA funds and that's what it's for.
The
It's
thing-
not so much, but we did approve.
It's just a matter of following the process, procurement, everything that we have.
That's why we're here now.
Yeah.
And if it has to come to court, they are doing it. It's not just a matter of let them do it. No, can't say that. We still have to follow the rules.
We have to have policy, internal controls here.
I understand the situation and everything, but we as auditor, it have numbers. And like I said, when you go forward and you all say 5, well, we all change the budget to 5, from 4. I know that's later, but we just need to have something in place. It just can't be let them do it.
Because what will happen, let me give you all the scenario, and we're talking laptops here. I believe, sir, your Gator, you have an agenda item next. So that will be discussed at that time.
I was saying, but you asked
Yeah.
me to put right after you.
Yeah, so right now, with the laptops, what would happen is if you allow the $1,600 as overage, the question is, do we allow it without coming to you all for a budget amendment to amend the ARPA budget? Because then we'll have to take it from the ARPA budget and, the reserves, and we'll have to, then I'll have to adjust the reserves budget that we have to show that, or do we just do that? Or do you want us to come back with a budget amendment to let you all know that that's what we're having to do when there's overages?
yeah, do that.
We need some kind of internal control
Just
so
go-
that if this happens, and we're not here to pick on the constables, it just so happens they're one of the first that we're encountering scenarios like this. So what we're trying to do is create an internal policy that we're going to follow uniformly with any departments where a scenario like this comes up again. So do we want to bring back a budget amendment? Do we want to cap that you can't go over a certain amount? Or do we not want them to, we want them to stay within their budget and leave it at that? So those are the 3 considerations. Did I cover them all, Mr. Gums? I believe we covered those.
Yolanda, I don't know if the auditors agree, but since this is federal ARPA money, I wouldn't be comfortable leaving those, extra expenditures out there without the Commissioner's Court knowing. Either they stay within their budget or they scale back their request. You scale back, I wanted 5 of this, so I'm going to take 4 so I can stay within. Or if there's absolutely no way around it and you have to dip into the reserves, that needs to come back to Commissioner's Court, in my opinion. Yeah, that's just my opinion. I don't know if the auditors agree, but
I would recommend that as well, because I do not feel comfortable, taking that, or Mr. Gomez also taking that, okay, we'll take it from the reserves without coming to the commissioner. I mean, just like you do your budget amendments that were approved earlier, that would be the same process that we would recommend. If they are over, we need to come back and let you all approve or not approve it.
yes.
Sir, the question, I guess, is this, and this is what I'm subscribing to, I guess, is that during these processes, budget meetings we had, and we had asked for, the council had asked for the five, the five constables, and that was what was approved. Now, what I'm asserting is that we would have to stay focused on that and stay true to that and fulfill that what was already approved. Would you agree with that?
I believe that's the next budget item.
Yeah, I don't think he has anything to do with that agreement, Mr. Hernandez.
We're not there
We
yet.
just need to come up with your suggestion and then bring it back up.
Okay. So my understanding, just to recap, is
Right.
if there is any department that goes over, we need to bring it back as a budget amendment and have the Commissioners Court
And try to
approve.
figure out, maybe come up with a balance to, or find a way to stay within budget,
Yeah, that's the other option, Yolanda. They can always scale back their wish list
Right.
That's,
to stay under their, whatever's been approved.
We'll
They-
work
they-
with them.
Yeah.
Computers have to be bought right now. I mean, because at the end of the year is coming, there's always some kind of discounts coming at the end of the year. Is it needed right now?
I-
I'd like to clarify something. The computers have been promised to the constable for 2 years. We didn't ask for them. They're handled through the IT. That's not even on our wish list. I mean, of course, we'd like to have everything new and everything better, to be able to keep up with technology. But we didn't ask for the computers, but we appreciate them being approved. They were gonna be bought out of the IT fund originally the year before the ARPA money. And then it's put on the ARPA money, which we're okay with. I mean, we'll go with it. I'm gonna share mine with my reserve officers, because I have one that's older, it's working fine for me. And so I just want y'all to know that it's not part of our wish list. I mean, it's just keeping up with times so that all the law enforcement agencies in our county are up to speed technology. That's it. That one that's lacking, I don't see how he's gonna make, I couldn't make it without money. You need it every day. So just to give you a little historical on that, that's where that came about. It didn't come from the constables asking for the computers. It came from the IT department saying, we need to get the constable's computers. This is 2 years. And he was gonna get them the year before. For some reason, he didn't get it. He had the money. The ARPA money came in and then said, we'll get out of here. So that's what happened.
So-
Hope that clarifies some things.
So what can happen with this particular agenda item is, again, we're trying to get an internal policy, internal controls. My understanding is whenever an overage occurs, we will come back, the department will come back and request a budget amendment for your consideration. With regards to the computers, we do have a PO. We have not worked on it because this is one of the centers. We can certainly work with the constables to see if they want to reduce it, or we can look and see maybe there's something that, we can not need, or and get it within their budget. So we can go back, or if they want to get this, then we'll have to come back with a budget amendment at the next Commissioners Court meeting for the $1,600.
I think we should cap it and that's it. Just cap it. They're always gonna come out over.
Does that mean if they're over, I will sign it? I will
Yeah,
read it,
no.
I have to come back to the
Budget amendment.
So that's gonna delay it too.
But it seems to me like Robert's the one that requested the computers,
Yes, it was in their,
Come out of
So,
that overage, can it come out of his fund?
so why are we going there when we shouldn't even be there, you understand, that's in Robert's request.
Right, they requested laptops in their original budget forms. They requested,
Robert requested them or the constables requested them?
I'm not sure who filled out their request form for the computers, but it's in here. They asked for five laptops.
One of the things that we were looking for is to improve the technology of our county, and computers were a big factor. And I think that, eliminating a computer, I think it's the wrong thing to do.
Well, Gerald doesn't have anything to do with requesting these computers. Again, Robert, could you please explain to the commissioners where this all comes about?
So these forms that we received included computers.
Because if it was his request and he still has money,
That's another option, if there's monies, they don't have to use the ARPA funds to do the computers, if there's monies in the
Because
IT.
it was budgeted for the IT.
We had budgeted certain, programs, some of the constables, but they used to pay themselves, but we gave it to Robert, so Robert's paying. But those are the programs that, some of the constables, that's what they, instead of them paying it, we're paying them out of IT.
Can you, Yolanda, can you come back with a report to see how you resolved the situation? I think as far as the trailers and the ATVs are, they're okay as far as the cost?
For the 4, yes.
Okay, so
we
now,
covered it.
the problem is computers and they didn't even request them.
Yeah, and that's what I said, if there's some budget, there's another budget out there with IT.
Yeah, so why don't you come back with the answer?
What was the total on the? There's another budget, I'm not aware of it, but.
It was 24. 24 for the 5, but because they have all the different.
So, okay, this is a mess. It's, they weren't requesting laptops, so they want to use that money later on for something else, till we go to another item, right? Basically what you're gonna say? Okay, so you know what? I want to make a motion to cap this, fix your budget. We're all working on a budget. And when we amend to go change things from one side to another, we stay within our budget. But you know what? We did this. I don't think we need to go any further.
Okay, so,
I want to cap it.
so the ATVs
budget.
and the trailers are within budget?
The 4?
Yeah, 4 of them. Yeah, we don't want to consider the next one till the next item, but we're in budget with 4.
Yes, because we took
Okay, so,
3,000 from their.
okay, so the problem is the computers and really you all didn't even request them. So,
And if there's funding in the IT,
Yeah.
total amount, they can certainly go.
yeah, we can do that, right?
And not use
Yeah,
these
so,
ARPA funds.
so what's, so.
Make a motion to cap it and be able to use the money from the computers for
For that.
For the other
That
item.
was out of IT that we had approved.
Yeah.
Make sure the money's there in IT.
Yeah.
I don't wanna
Do you have the money, Robert?
promise that.
Okay.
I don't know if we have enough money. Is there 5,000 each, 25,000? I need to make sure that the money's there before we all.
But even through the ARPA funds, we allocated some money for computers, right?
Yes.
But now you're saying you want, the next one you might.
if they're not
would
gonna
say-
take their laptops, then they can use it for the other item.
So just so we can stay within this budget agenda item, this is to consider internal control policies. We're going to not give them an overage amount. We're not going to give them a percentage.
That's my motion.
Don't come back with a
Make a motion
budget
to cap.
amendment, stay within your budget. Or
There's a
try to
motion.
work something that you don't need. or
There's
can
a
do.
motion and a second to stay within budget.
Okay.
And, all in
Second.
favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Okay, so, are they the only problem or there?
Well, I mean,
Not a problem, but-
unfortunately, it's not a problem. It's
Not
just,
a
these
problem,
are the
but-
things we're encountering as we're going through. And so,
Not a problem.
yeah, it's just,
Seems
we
to me
wanted to
it-
come in to approach the commissioners
computers
for
made
a
it their problem,
policy.
Robert, you made them their problem.
It's more of we wanted to have a policy that we can apply uniformly to all the departments, but we needed guidance from the
Yeah,
court.
so, okay, the guidance is stay within budget.
Okay.
And as for the computers, we want everybody to be safe. We always want everybody that's out there, we'll see if we do have the money for it. If you have it, we'll make sure that you all get it. Okay, but first I gotta make sure that safety is one of the main things that I worry about.
Motion was approved, JC, did you get that? Okay, line item number 24. Discuss, consider, take action to ensure of a purchase order for the expected 2022 ARPA fund expenditure relevant to a purchase of an ATV vehicle and a 14-foot utility trailer for Jim Wells County constables.
Honorable members of the court, thank you so much for your time. I sincerely appreciate all your hard work and your deliberation on these matters. I thank you. I thank Ms. Yolanda for being expeditious when I did submit the POs, and also Ms. Linda. Thank you so much for processing that. Ms. Yolanda got it done really fast, expedited, and Mr. Noe and his staff also did a fantastic job with that. The only thing I'm here requesting today is just, now Ms. Yolanda had indicated that I would have to come back before your court to kind of inform you about what happened. And what had happened was there, one was not included, and that was Constable Davila, Precinct 4, was not included. And I had noted during our workshops that instead of 5, we showing 4. And as best I could tell, Commissioner Gonzalez that was what had happened. He was provided with clarity and understanding. I know I had the conversation with him and said, these monies are for this or a specific purpose. It's not for building improvements and things like that. Then he understood, and then he's like, oh man, well, no, yeah, I want to participate with this too. So that's why I came back and said, well, then let's go ahead. By then, though, I think the funds had the 4 stuck. So we proceeded forward with getting those done. But I needed to come back before your court to respectfully request that we go ahead and follow through and make it right for Constable Davila and get his ATV and the trailer. Now, we're looking to do great things. We've already been doing excellent things here for the county, for all of our constituencies across the county, from one end to the other, one side to the other. So I respectfully request, and we, as Constable Martinez alluded to, that's exactly correct. It's been about 2 years we're supposed to get these computers. We haven't gotten them. That's okay. We understand. But we did not ask for these things, but I would be more than happy, Commissioner Gonzalez, to cap that, as you said, sir, to cap that so that we could finance this. And then there'll even be some more money left over there for the, I guess, back to the kitty.
You bring it back?
Monday? Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I think
You know,
all
so
the ARPA funds have been allocated through the commissioners and through the general fund, and to a nonprofit. It's all been allocated to where we can't add or delete anything. Am I right, commissioners? I think.
well, I think evidenced by the fact that Ms. Moran already
Yeah,
kind of
but
manipulates money.
we allocated X amount of dollars for commissioners, X amount of dollars for nonprofit,
Yes, sir.
and X amount of dollars for the general fund. So it's been, we deleted our monies. We already appropriated the monies to different.
That's why I say if we abandon, she's got the POs for those computers. If we abandon that, that's going to be 24,000. We only need.
Extra money coming from deal, it would be within their deal.
We only need 16,000. It's like 16,000 something to pay for that.
But isn't there more
Yeah,
important
yeah,
to have the
but
computers?
16,881 is what we need.
now we're working backwards.
Right, because
The whole
to your-
purpose of our,
Keeping y'all safe.
yeah, it's improving our technologies. It's one of the biggest things that we need to do as a county, so,
Yes, sir. I understand.
So I hate to, not to give you computers versus ATV,
Now, my understanding is, and according to what Mr. Noe said, is that there are monies, and I guess out of either the IT fund, the general fund, wherever that's not ARPA funds, that may be available then to still fulfill that need, or what you're referring.
I have a quick question.
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay, you said earlier that Constable Davila had requested money for improvements to I'm assuming it's the building in Fremont, the old Isham building.
He had initially was a part of this whole plan, and we met, and he was there when we met with Ms. Yolanda at the Charros Restaurants where we met. I think we were her first meeting when we started these budget workshops.
Yeah, Tom, my question is, did he get the money allocated for the building improvements?
No, sir, no.
Okay, because I was going to suggest just have him come back and say, I'm going to move that money to the ATV and the trailer. So he got nothing? Is that what you're saying?
No. What he got was a visit from me, and we visited about what his thoughts were relevant to trying to obtain or some of these monies for that purpose. And I explained to him that these monies were not for that purpose, that he would have to come back to the come back to the court, and that would be under the general.
Yeah, so
budget.
my question is, was anything allocated for his office out of ARPA?
No, no. Sir.
Okay, all right, okay. I was just trying to look for something that they could take
Yes.
and then come back and say, okay, we're not gonna spend it on this, we're gonna spend it on the
Yes,
trailer.
no.
Oh, and basically that's what they're trying to do without getting the budget for the computers, since we denied that, or themselves denying it, moving that monies over to this ATV.
Right, and that's, I mean, I guess that's their choice if y'all approve it, but you would, but under the policy we just adopted in the prior agenda item, y'all would have to approve that change. Correct? Or no? Noe? What's your opinion on that? Since they're within budget, can they do that on their own?
See, therein lies the quandary, and I'll tell you, Mike, I had requested a budget item on the agenda, and it was set, and then I was advised that Ms. Moran asked that my item be put behind her items, and I think that's kind of like we're kind of ambushed, I guess, if you will. You know, it's like pass these first, and then try to get yours through. You know, and that's just not right, actually. You know, so.
Well, the commissioners can, I mean, no, the policy just vests the decision-making in the commissioners.
Yes, sir.
But the policy that I just heard was don't go over budget. Now, one of the things we said was, you know, pare down your wish list or change it to fit within your budget.
Right.
Which that sounded like, to me, like that's something that could be left to Ms. Moran and the particular department head, as long as you don't go over, you know, the amount requested. I don't know whether we need to clarify that in this type of situation, the commissioners also want to be involved, or whether as long as you stay within the big number, the bottom line, that you can do that on your own. And does anybody have any thoughts on that?
I just feel that if they're staying within their budget right now, they denied the computers, they want to move over to transfer to that, we'll change from one line item to the next. Basically what they're going to be doing, I don't have a problem with it. We're not giving them any extra. It's what it is. They're just denying the computers and taking them.
I think the computers are more important than other ATV, you know, that's my thought.
No, and I agree with you, Mr. Garcia. I just feel.
Yes, sir. And I assert this, I would assert this, Mr. Garcia, that we've been for 2 years without them. You know, longer than that, actually, we've never had that, you know, but we've been for 2 years, and so we could certainly
Maybe that's
wait.
too long, you know, that's why we.
I agree, sir. I agree. I mean, anything that we can use is awesome. But I think we want to keep moving forward as a coalition, want to keep moving forward.
Let's bring it back, because, and see how we can resolve it.
I was gonna suggest that we look to see if there is enough monies to cover the computers.
Yeah.
Through the IT budget that was approved for 2022. And if there is, then I would suggest that the constables come back with a budget amendment to use the funds, the 24,000 that's currently allocated from ARPA for computers, to use it to purchase the fifth ATV. And bring it to you all as a budget amendment.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. I don't know whether I'm going to be within the line item or not. So when we come and request to do things on our precinct, we didn't give you a list of things that we were going to do.
No, you have a certain amount.
So does that make us different from these people?
No, you have a balance to work with, and as I understand.
So they don't have a balance per se. It's just they requested computers, or somebody requested computers from, and somebody requested their ATV, UTVs, and they can decide to do whatever they want with it.
No, if they're
Like
listed.
we do?
Yeah, if they're listed here as an approved project or budgeted item, and they're within their budget, we process the PO.
Okay, but we just denied, they just said they didn't want it, so we did away with it.
Yes, so that leaves.
So the funding is still there.
Yes, the money is there for our computers. Now, if there's some funding elsewhere in the general budget that was approved by the Commissioners Court for 2021 and 2022, then perhaps they could purchase the computers from that budgeted item. And these ARPA funds that are in here for the computers, we would bring back a budget amendment and requesting the fifth ATV out of those 24,000 funds that are there.
And that, I believe, the ATV and the trailer would come out to about almost 17,000. And right now, in the computer budget, there's 24,000.
I think if you're gonna allow that, then they should be able to get the ATV. Not come back really for a budget amendment, it's not gonna go over, it will be like changing. Just the budget.
Moving from one item.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying.
Just a modification.
Equipment, it's not gonna be under equipment. Or the computers can be under.
But I agree with, that's exactly what I'm trying to say, but I will warn you, don't come back next month saying I'm requesting for computers.
Won't do it?
You denied them.
Do it.
And like I said, we'll look and see if there's any money, like I said, you wanna put that out there. There will be a little bit of money that will correct. Like 8,000.
Yes, sir.
So maybe we'll look at that. But as for a budget amendment, if y'all are just gonna say this, what you want to be under, and they're allowed to do that, they can do it. But they're not gonna have it.
And it's an action item. That's why I listed it like that. So that
Yeah,
you could,
we can certainly table it, and come up with suggestions and see.
Yeah, I'll work with it, because like I said, it still has to come back for y'all, because I cannot approve for a fifth ATV using a line item that's for computers.
Okay, you want to
That
table?
still
them?
has to come before
table?
the commissioners.
Make a motion to table?
There's a motion. Yeah, I'll second it. There's a motion and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
All right.
All opposed, same sign. We'll just table it.
We'll come back at the next commissioners.
Thank you all so much.
We'll find a
Okay.
solution.
And, okay,
We'll find the monies for the computers.
an item passes.
General budget.
thank you all so much. Appreciate you.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Line item 25.
Did we vote?
Huh?
Yeah.
So no action on,
Just,
Oh.
you need a,
We tabled it,
yeah, table the item number 24.
yeah. We even voted on it, though. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
All right.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Line item 25, discuss, consider, take action to approve James Wells County Nonprofit Partnership Program 2021 American Rescue Act grant application, eligibility criteria, eligibility uses, determining the amount of award funds, determining a grant period and setting an application deadline, and establishing an award committee for ranking the funding. Okay, guys, did you wanna?
Yes, sir. So in keeping with the budget framework that was approved, the county commissioners approved $600,000 to be used to award grants to nonprofits. The request was to come back, create an application process, and create the criteria and the procedure that we would follow that's within the American Rescue Plan Act guidelines. So what you have before you is two documents. I'm going to go through them, not through the entire process, but I'll point out key things that I would like to bring to your attention, and also that require some decisions from y'all. So we're going to start out with the actual cover sheet, which is 4 pages, and it's up here, and it's the 4-page one, the smaller one. That's the cover sheet that is going to talk about what type of nonprofits would be considered as eligible applicants. We're talking about organizations that were impacted by the pandemic. They will have to show that their requests for fundings has to have been impacted by the pandemic. These are requirements that are federal guidelines that we have to follow. Nonprofits that address needs such as emergency food assistance, long-term housing, and emergency shelter, technology support, childcare, youth empowerment, transportation, employment services, healthcare services. This is not all encompassing. It's just the types of nonprofits that can apply that are looking possibly to create some of these types of assistance. And then, of course, we have to focus on organizations that address low to moderate incomes that are historically not funded. So that is your types of entities that can apply. The criteria, that will be required from these nonprofits will be that they are, of course, have a 501c3 standing, that they show that they've had lost revenue, if you so require that, it's in here. And they're forms that the IRS, that they file with the IRS as a nonprofit. These are standard forms that should be filed, and they should be available. Also, we want to see what kind of programs they are asking funds for. How many will it impact? Will it impact, 1, 2, 3, 10,000, 500, 5? So we want to see numbers as well, because we want to be able to provide funding for nonprofits that serve the greater needs out there for the community. Let's see, what else do we want to? The types of projects, again, these are just some example of funding projects. Economic development, emergency food assistance, like food vouchers. If you have a nonprofit that comes back with a grant application that covers that. Mental health, public health, family violence and child abuse programs, after-school programs, technology access, housing, job training, shelter and prevention for homeless. These are just examples of some of the projects that can be considered to award grant funds to. The highlighted yellow here is I need from the commissioners to consider the deadline to submit this application. In other words, do we want to put a deadline, 3-month deadline, or do we want to leave it open until all the funds have run out? So that's the process here in this. Do we want to, most grants, when you announce a grant, they give you, 30 to 90 days to submit your application in. Here, do you want a deadline, or do you want to continue to receive them ongoing, what we call an ongoing basis until the money runs out? So we'll need to consider that here. I'm open to discuss this now, or you want me to continue going until we cover it, or?
I think we should set a 90-day deadline
That's what I was gonna say, Nadia.
so that we can
Okay, so,
know where we're gonna appropriate the funds.
See where we're at with the budget.
So do I need to make a motion that we
I-
appropriate 90 days?
We can-
when are these,
You gonna have other questions on?
Yes, we have other questions, but I'll note
Put
so
the
that
90-day here and then
90
we'll
days.
come back.
when are these applications available to the public?
that's the next, we're gonna cover that. You guys need, I'm sorry, commissioners, you all need to, you need to consider when you want us to consider. We're gonna have some dates here that we're going to discuss. Okay, so here is, I think on page 3, the county, the eligibility criteria and deadline. I put that the grant program for the period of October 15th, 2022 through, if you want to do a 90-day deadline, I suggested that we make them available October 15th. That way we can put that, the application, Robert, can we put this application so they can access it online on our county's website? That gives us time to clean up and make the changes that are recommended here today. And then I will notify, there are some nonprofits that have come before the commissioners, so I will notify them. I've been keeping in touch with most of them, letting them know that we are going to open this up for them to apply. So I'll reach out to them and let them know. If this date is good, if you want it sooner or later, the October 15th deadline, open enrollment for
Let
application.
me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
Is this gonna be nonprofits in Jim Wells County only?
Yes, sir.
Stated?
Yes, it's stated in here. We'll cover that. It's Jim Wells County within the limits of Jim Wells County.
So you want to put 90 days on there?
So that's January 13th, 2023.
So we will accept applications up until that date. Okay, so what happens is we allow all those to come in and then we present them, or do you want us to present them as they're coming in to the committee for approval and then we bring them to you all, or we just wait till the?
What's gonna happen if you deny somebody? You're gonna have extra funds wouldn't you?
Yes, sir. You'll have it. I mean, some will come that perhaps, we're going to establish a committee that will be what we call the awards committee, that will recommend to the Commissioners Court for your approval, the application. And the only reason I bring up about the deadline, Commissioner Margie Gonzalez, is because I don't know how soon some of these nonprofits need their funding or to get started. So do we want to wait till all the applications come in on after January 30th, then we start presenting them to the awards committee?
I think
That's usually how
some
grants
people
work.
are gonna need it before then, though, before 90 days. Like,
So, okay.
That's what I'm saying. If you're gonna be giving them out, then
We don't need the deadline.
you're gonna be out of money.
No, we don't want to be out of money.
No, what I'm saying, I guess what I'm trying to say is, if somebody gets $100,000, I mean, you're only gonna have 5 left, and it's gonna keep going down, and towards the end, somebody's gonna be requesting
sir.
more, but they don't have enough.
This way, if you do follow the deadline, we have them all come in.
Yeah, and
We
then-
start reviewing them, and that's how
Well, let's
most,
do it like a 60 day deadline, instead of 90.
whatever.
Because, there's, if you give somebody all year, they might not even make it, so I think 60 days is plenty, I think.
So a 2-month deadline?
Yeah.
And
60,
then we'll bring them on.
That's before the end of the year, so.
Okay.
What do you think, Commissioner?
Well, and I think, and our county attorney can, we can,
December the 15th, so
December
more or
15th,
less.
And then we can have it set by the end of the year.
Yeah.
and then we can award them at the end of the year, so they can start.
Then how come we can always, oh, you put the
Okay.
15th already, right?
Yes,
We're down to December the 15th?
yes, sir. And then you can award them at the end of the year, and they can start January 1, working on their projects, for those that do get awarded the grants.
This application is going to be online?
Yes, sir. We're
Or
gonna put it
can
on.
we have some copies for the, at the judge's office? so they-
Yes, they can also pick up hard copies for those that, prefer to get a hard copy.
Yeah, okay.
They'll be available as well. I will be available working with the nonprofits to guide them through the federal procurement. We're going to see that when we look at the application, that we have to follow certain procurement guidelines. And there's some nonprofits that are small, some don't have any staff, so I will work closely with them to help guide them. And also with all the nonprofits to make sure that they're following all the federal regulations.
Excuse me, JC, could they pick them up at your office, at the county clerks?
We can. I had Miss Linda listed where they're going to receive the applications, and certainly
Well, just for the pickup part
Yeah.
of it.
we can put that
In
down.
case, sometimes,
Yes, sir.
they can go to either one,
Okay, we'll list both of them.
and then they can turn them into the judge's office.
Yes, sir. Very good. All right, so the last page is where we have some dates that we need to consider. We've already discussed, we're going to make the application available October 15th, correct?
And 60 days is December 14th.
December 14th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the submission
14th.
deadline will be December 14th. In between there, I'd like to hold a workshop for any interested nonprofit that is considering applying, so that I can go over the application with them and go over all the requirements and what's going to be expected of them as they, receive their funds and, start purchasing or building, or, whoever. I'd like to hold a workshop for them. So I'd like some recommendations for y'all on how soon should I have the workshop? The application opens up on the 15th of October. Should I have it within
Or
a
before the
week or
workshop,
so?
Before the application, right?
Yeah.
I think it would be better to have
Well, no,
multiple.
the 15th is
workshops.
already coming up,
Right, it's
so,
already next week.
yeah.
Or this week. It's at the end of the week, right? October 15th.
I can do it a week after they pick them up. Within that following week, I'll have a workshop for them.
But like we just said, you might want to do one in Fremont, one in Orange Grove, one in
Okay.
Pinellas.
Okay. So I'll do one a week later. I'll,
Would it be easier to do like a webinar?
we could possibly consider a Zoom
Or a
webinar
Zoom.
as well.
So you don't have to be traveling everywhere.
Right. I'll set it up. That's a good idea. Okay, so October 15th, we open it, we make the applications available. Within a week, I'll hold a workshop, Zoom, webinar, whatever. Will that work?
Whatever you do, I suggest that you record it so that if anybody applies after and they don't, they can just watch that.
Watch the recording, okay. The deadline, the 14th. Then I'll have to work back on this staff review of applications and applicant Q&A. That basically is staff being myself and maybe the county auditors will review the applications before we present them to the committee. We'll determine that date. The application ranking and funding recommendations by the county awards committee, that should say awards committee. Here I need some, we'll determine that date after the deadline to submit the applications. We will meet with the county awards committee. I need some recommendations as to who should serve on this committee.
I think you need to spread it out between the whole county.
Okay.
That's my suggestion is.
And do we have a cap or?
That, yeah,
we're
do
gonna
y'all
let
want to
the
put a
committee
cap?
decide a cap?
That's on the app, we'll cover that in the application, but certainly, do you want to allow X amount of money only available per award, or you leave it open? And so that's going to be covered in the next, when we go over the application itself, but yes, you all need to consider that. I mean, because we've got only $6,000. We would love to see as many nonprofits get 600,000. We'd love to see as many nonprofits get awarded, but that would require a cap on the amount that's available for them to apply. So, so when we talk about the awards committee, do you want someone from each of the county departments, or do you want someone from a city and county employee? How or who would you? Of course, the auditor's office would be in on the awards committee. Who would y'all like to see sit on this committee that's going to review these applications and make a recommendation to the Commissioners Court? Who would embody this awards committee?
I wouldn't want any elected officials.
Okay.
For sure.
Yeah, no elected officials.
I would say for public and for.
Yeah, I was thinking people from the outside.
Okay, for
county,
public
employees from different departments.
and for county employees. Okay. So we'll have a public hearing for these nonprofits who have submitted an application. We'll determine the date on that, but there will be a public hearing. So if there's someone to come and advocate for their project to be considered, that would be the time. And then we will have Jim Wells County's consideration and approval of the funds. That would be the Commissioners Court. We will present to you those that have been recommended by the awards committee. That date will come up after the deadline. We'll come back with you all with those recommendations. And then finally, we'll make the funding available on January.
Yolanda, I see the second meeting in December being, well, at least tentatively the 23rd.
The
And
23rd?
Yeah, the application deadline is the 14th. So are you saying you want to have a public hearing in between the 14th and the Commissioners Court meeting?
Yes.
So the applicants will make their case at the public hearing or before the commissioners?
They can do it before the commissioners, before they make their decisions on the funding. That would certainly be, or we could have a separate public hearing if time.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Why are you having a separate public hearing?
We don't have to. I don't think we have time.
Yeah, it's going to be kind of tight. And
Yeah,
if they're going to have to come and make their case to the committee, and then can't the committee just meet and review the applications, the written applications?
Yes, sir, that's what they're gonna do.
And then make a recommendation to the Commissioners Court?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Okay, we're good with that. That concludes the criteria that we're gonna use and the dates. Now we're gonna look at the application itself. It's about 15 pages. It is long, but a lot of it is standard forms that are required because they are federal funds. They require a lot of forms. So the majority of that is forms. So on page 1, this basically deals with when we award funds, that whatever projects they get approved for, whether it's construction of renovations, or whether it's a program, do we want to, the funding must be utilized for projects or services with costs less than, that's the amount that we can cap. And then they have to have a useful life of more than 10 years. Do we want that language at all? Maybe someone's doing a food assistance program that's only going to last, 6 months, 7 months, or do you want them to look at only projects that are going to be long-term and sustainable for, X amount of years? Or you don't want to consider that at all?
I think there should be a cap, but what the number is, I wouldn't know. 'Cause if you don't put a cap, then everybody's gonna be like, then we're gonna have the problem of, no, you're asking for too much, you kind of make it within reason. 'Cause
Is there gonna be a limit of how long you've been a nonprofit?
It's not in here. As long as they're a 501c3, they have some of these other requirements where
So if somebody goes and becomes a 501c3 right now, they can apply?
they may not meet some of the requirements that are listed here. For example, they need to show some IRS forms, some revenue loss. They're going to have to show some other documentation that if they're fairly formed, they won't have those requirements in at that time. So they may not be
If
considered.
they're nonprofit, they shouldn't have a profit.
Yeah, no.
You know,
The same thing I was thinking earlier is a nonprofit.
Anyway,
Revenue.
Wants to say something.
The way that's written, utilized for projects or services with, I think that said cost less than. If it cost us $100,000 to build a Habitat house, and if you say 50,000 is the limit there, well, the cost of the project is more. So you're capping the cost of the project as opposed to the amount of the grant, the way that's written. That's my interpretation.
so how many applicants do we have already?
If we consider that Habitat, we have Habitat, Boys and Girls Club, we have Ms. Bettis who came with the Salvation Army. We have a couple of others who've talked to me about, if there's going to be funds set aside.
Maybe
and when.
probably like 10.
So we're looking so far, maybe about 10 that have expressed interest. But again, once we make this available, there may be more.
Right, because I know some people have asked me, but I said until the application would be available.
Yeah, and so I believe what Mr. Wilson is referring to here is if depending, we consider capping how much we can award them, but here is if their we award 50,000, their project is 100,000, they need to make sure any nonprofit has to make sure that that project is going to be a 10 years, that it's not going to be, use today the money and then it's gone, or, they don't service their clients, a little longer. That's what this is for. Okay, let's see here. We've already decided, on page 2, we've already decided we're going to accept them till December 14th. So that's up to 4 p.m. They will be received at the county judge's office. No exceptions on the time frame and deadline. There is a scoring process that we will use to determine, I don't know if y'all want me to cover that or you can read it at your time, but there are points assigned. So that's the scoring criteria that will be used to score the grants. And this is an application that I looked at through I went through NACO and TAC and looked at other communities, and this is some of the sample applications that they use. So again, I have listed myself, if they have any questions, to contact me. I will, we'll have within 1 week of the announcement of the applications availability, we will host a workshop for the nonprofits, and then Commissioner Margie Gonzalez has recommended we keep that in a hearing, make it available as a recording and a webinar. We'll make that.
I make a motion that we approve the grant application.
Are you all good with funding the eligible activities that we talked about earlier? That those are mostly guidelines.
I know I didn't see on here churches. I know some of the churches have asked, and they are nonprofit, and they did have a big loss during COVID because they do survive from the donations of the schools. Excuse me?
Limosna. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, because they didn't have collection of funds during all that time. You know that?
Really?
Like a church organization, you mean, or the actual church?
The church.
The church itself, it's a 501c3?
Because they can't be a ministry because they're not a 501c.
If they qualify through,
A 501c.
Yeah.
I don't know.
If they meet these guidelines? I
Yeah,
would
if
say-
they meet the guidelines and they qualify, you can.
And they're gonna serve for 10 years or more.
So anyway, it's,
As long as they have the documentation to prove,
Because it's like,
I
we
will-
just said, what if somebody goes and opens a 501c?
Yeah.
And then they're only open for 2 years, we don't know if they're.
Yeah, that's why we want to set a time that that this project or program
Maybe,
will last a certain time.
We can't predict that.
Project that, yeah.
maybe an organization's been around for at least
Yeah.
10 years, something like that.
And that's in the scoring criteria. We look at those, the capacity to manage the grant
To even apply.
versus,
But to even apply at least 5 years,
yes,
I think.
So we look at an organization that's been around and established and has proven that it can manage its projects and the funds and things like that.
Because I've seen
That's
some
scoring
churches
criteria.
that, they haven't been around over a year. I mean, you see them everywhere
Popping
now.
up, yeah.
They just pop out everywhere, and, I think we need to, set at
Yeah.
least a 5-year,
Okay. At least in
for a
existence,
for a nonprofit, rather.
okay.
Because we're gonna have to kind of eliminate some of the requests.
Would that be just specifically for churches, or would it be for anybody else? Because if you had some nonprofits that have only been there for 2-3 years, they're not gonna fall in there.
Right.
So it would be.
Do you
'cause
all
other than that,
wanna-
You're only gonna have Boys Club and the bigger.
Do you want to
nonprofits.
do 2 years, be in existence at least 2 years, or do you not want to give them any?
If I was gonna put a date, I would just
Because,
say, a
if
year.
they don't have a track record, it's.
You gotta have a
hard.
track record, yeah.
It's,
Yeah.
I think 5 years is a good track record, I think, what do you think, Marge? I'm just,
Because I know for one, like the Salvation Army, but they're just opening here, but Salvation Army has been.
Yeah, I think they work with
they've been around,
Right, forever.
I think they're a satellite office.
Yeah,
or
like
something.
Right,
Catholic
so it's
churches
a
and-
satellite office of the, so they've been around forever.
I think, for example, we're talking about someone who just formed a 501c3 and they want a particular service that they want to do that's, will be done in 90 days, or is that something that we want to consider or not consider? We want a greater impact. It's going to cover, more clients, it services more clients, or it provides, housing, long-term housing, things like that. Versus I'm here because I need some funding to do an event or something. We don't want to rule that out, but I don't know. But is some criteria here where, you know, some people will score more in, you know, capability, showing that, you know, they've been long-term, that they can manage grants.
But this is to nonprofits or organizations that were most impacted by the pandemic. So how could you be affected by the pandemic if you just started?
Right. They may, what we're looking at is the service that they're willing to provide. Is it something that was impacted? They're helping the client or their population was impacted. For example, they want to provide food assistance to Jim Wells County, and it's, you know, they're asking for X amount of funds to provide a HEB or Walmart credit card, and that's what they'll do. But it's going to be, you know, Jim Wells County residents. They'll have an application process that's impacted the community because what we call food insecurity. That would be an eligible use if someone submitted a grant application to ask for funds to help provide maybe a what we call a meal box, where they will provide for 6 months. They're going to provide a kid box lunch on a Saturday, because kids, you know, sometimes the only meals they get are when they're in school. So maybe you have a nonprofit that wants to provide, you know, for 6 months or a year, every Saturday, once a month, a kid box lunch, you know, at one of the areas, you know, where the low to moderate or census tract areas that meet our low to moderate. So those are just examples of, you know, it may not be 5 years, it may not be, but they're going to be covering X amount of kids.
That's what this committee can help decide.
Yes,
too.
and all of that will be discussed. And there are, like I said, scoring criteria, so we'll apply that scoring criteria as well in the narratives, you know.
We can make that heavy where the years of service is, you know.
So section 1 on page 5, we've already, you'll see the yellow highlighted. We've already decided on when they will be due. We are asking how many number of beneficiaries or clients that they're going to service, because that's part of the scoring criteria. The more clients they serve, the more impactful awarding the funds, or, you know, because they're covering more clients versus just a few. So we look at that. The capacity, I talked about that. Does this nonprofit have the capacity to manage this grant, to manage these monies? Will they follow through and have the programs, or will they close up shop within, you know, a month or so? So we look at capacity as well. Section 2 is the application. It's pretty standard. We look at the population that they serve. We ask for a description or scope of work of what they're going to propose to do. And so you'll see where there's points attached to that on page 6. And then, of course, page 7, basically what we're trying to do here is we want to know where else are you going to get funding for this project? Because do you have enough money to cover the project? That are you leveraging your monies from other grants? You know, we're going to give you X amount of money, but will you be able to complete your project? If you have other sources, tell us about what those funding sources are, so that we can see that this project is sustainable. So that's what page 7 is. Tell us about what other sources of funds you plan to use to help you with your project. And then section 2 is budget forms. This is basically they turn in a budget. You know, what do you need these monies for? You know, administration, operations, purchasing the meals. So they will provide us with the budget. Section 2. And then page 9, these are the standard forms that are required through the federal regulations. These are certification forms. Same with page 10. These are standard forms that are required with ARPA. And let's see, conflict of interest statements, we want to make sure that there is no conflict. We'll ask questions like, are you related to any of the elected officials? Are you employed by the county? Are you relatives or, to the awards committee? So we want to make sure there is no conflict of interest there. So that's a standard form. Page 12, anti-lobbying, standard form. Page 13, these are certifications, anti-discrimination laws, relocation, standard forms. And then section 4, page 14, this is kind of a checklist. Make sure you attach these forms that we asked you for. And then section 5 outlines all the application checklist, everything that must be part of the application. Any questions? I think we've discussed the timelines, but I think the only thing we haven't discussed is a cap on the amount of funding you want to make available. Or do you want to not consider that? How much money do you want to cap it to stretch your monies, or do you want to leave it open?
I think it's like you were saying, it's only $600,000. If you cap
Yes.
it at 100, it's only 6. If you go lower, you could. Mr. Garcia, what do you think? If you cap it at 100, it's only 6.
We're looking at 10 applicants, 600,000, you're.
Well, no,
Yeah.
but,
But there may be more that are not aware of.
and then
Fact.
according to some of the criteria, some of them might not.
You have Fremont, you have Orange
I would
Grove.
say,
25?
uh,
25?
25,000.
I would say maybe 50,000, and then let the committee decide, go, you're not gonna do much with 25,000, let's put it that way. It's gonna be hard for the committee to decide an amount. Like, for example, I know that the museum in Orange Grove, they requested 40. Boys Club requested 50, so you're pretty much in that area.
Something to consider is that, could be looked at as seed money, helping,
Yeah.
with startup seed money for a project. That's why we ask them, where else have you used, do you have other funds? Did you
50.
receive other grants?
I think 50 would be okay,
50?
yeah.
Cap it at 50 now.
I think we
Yeah.
So then we got all the dates and time and cap, everything's on set,
Yes, sir.
so we can make a motion.
So I have made a motion to accept the application
With all
the criteria, eligibility criteria, capping it at 50,000.
The
60
dates.
days, application process to
All the
close December
deadlines
the
and-
14th.
yeah.
I'll second it.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Okay, guys, it's been a long agenda.
I know.
Anyway,
I knew this would be.
We're gonna have to, go ahead.
I need for you also to the field.
Okay, okay.
Have a line out there for people.
Right. That's the
Make a
next, that's the
motion to
next one,
approve.
no.
Make a motion to approve
Thank
the
you.
bills. We've already
Okay.
reviewed them.
Thank you.
I'll second it,
Okay, but,
the bills.
there's a motion and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion passes. Okay, guys, thank you. Now it's, we're not done yet.
Oh, no, I know you.
We're not done.
No.
We're going back to line item number 4, discuss regarding tax abatement process allowed by state law relating to a new company proposing to locate in Jim Wells County. And it's, what time is it?
12:24.
It's 12:24. We'll be going into executive session under section 551.071, consultation with attorney. I'll go to the restroom.
I'm supposed to be in San Antonio at 2 for a doctor's appointment.
2 hours, isn't it?
I just told my husband.
In here? We're not gonna be finished.
I say we recess and come back. Because I have to go to San Antonio, I have a doctor's appointment.
company proposing to locate in Jim Wells County. Okay.
Ándale, repeat it one more time.
Did y'all, I can't see anything again. Did y'all open the meeting to the public again?
Not on yet.
Yeah, he's
Well, you
going.
weren't on yet, so are you on now?
Here we go. Now I can see. Did somebody go out in the hall and to
Here.
reconvene?
They're in here.
Okay.
Okay, discuss, consider, take action to authorize negotiations regarding text.
You have to say the
What time was it, JC?
5:42. I mean,
Okay,
12:42.
It's 12:42. We were in executive session under section 551.087, economic development. So now we're back on line item number 5.
And
Discuss.
for the record, no action was taken in executive session.
Okay, no action was taken in executive session. Okay. Line item 5, discuss, consider, take action to authorize negotiations regarding tax abatement processes allowed by state law relating to the new company proposing to locate in Jim Wells County.
I make a motion to authorize negotiations and to include the judge or Commissioner Ventura Garcia in negotiations, either or, whoever's available.
Yeah, but and you're designating Mr. Martinez from the EDC as the,
And Mr. Larry Martinez as the authorized to make
Representative
negotiations
agency.
with the company that will be.
Okay.
related to
The motion.
company.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
All right.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Okay, motion passes. Okay.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Larry,
Thank you, Mr. Martinez.
good luck. We sure need it.
We'll work at it. It won't be for the lack of effort, I guarantee you that.
Well,
Well,
we give you our blessing.
Light some candles, Margie.
Pray the rosary.
okay.
Sure.
Thank you, everybody.
I think,
Have a good day.
17.
now we go to line item number 17. Discuss, consider, take action on all distributor chip shredder scheduled and discuss unpaid reimbursement.
Okay, guys, the March of 14th, 2022, we discussed this item on the rotation of the machines. And it was discussed on the minutes where we were gonna have it 2 months apiece, 60 days. Margie, you got them in June, 2 months. And then Mr. Garcia wasn't gonna participate. Renee, you weren't gonna participate. You've had it 4 months, Margie, and I'm waiting to get the machines. I was supposed to have gotten them October 1st, and I haven't received them. So I'm just asking for the machines, as it was said on the minutes that we agreed on that, or y'all, some of y'all didn't want to participate, and then Margie was gonna have a rotation for 2 months, and so I'm here to request my machines, the machines back as of October 1st.
So I just want to say that on the first 2 months, we were working on a grant. We have an interlocal agreement with the city, and the grant belongs to Jim Wells County. We were doing all the road work for a grant. It's a San Felipe grant. So we didn't get to work on any of our work until we finished with that work. And so Renee was okay with it. We stayed for 2 months, and now Renee has the machine.
Okay, if you go back to the minutes, we scheduled 2 months apiece, regardless whether it rained or whatever happened, you were gonna have them 2 months.
Well, yes, but to do
Okay,
my
so
own
it
work.
didn't matter what was gonna come about, it was a 2-month deadline and that was it. So 2 months came about, 4 months came about, and yet we still haven't received the machines. The dates are all there on the minutes. So that's what I told you guys, it does not work this way. It will not work. It'll never work because something's gonna happen. And I'm not trying to be ugly or anything here, I'm just trying to be realistic. It's not gonna work, and it's proved it, I proved it again right there, it's not gonna work. I've been very patient with you guys, I've had the material sitting there in the yard in Fremont since, actually, it's gonna be a year now. We're still waiting on the machines. I got roads ready to be seal coated, and in the minutes it stated, I don't wanna use them. Mr. Garcia said, I don't think I'm participating in it. You said, Renee, I wasn't gonna use the chip spreader.
You've been waiting for a year. You had them for over a year.
No. The material's been sitting there for a year. Now in October, we purchased it. I had to purchase, I made a comment that I bought them extra material because they would not deliver it and 2, 3 trucks, 4 trucks. I had to order 20 trucks. So I ordered enough to keep it there. I was gonna use it regardless. So I'm just trying to say that the comments were made there, it's on recording, and nothing came about. So we're sitting there, I'm still waiting on the equipment to come over. And nobody held up to their end of the bargain. So you said you weren't gonna use them, you said you were gonna use them 2 months, they rotate them. You made decisions without being brought to the commissioner's court after we had decided that we were gonna rotate them in 2-month sections. What y'all decided to do over there is between y'all, but the machines were supposed to have run to me at October 1st, and they're not. So it's not about me, it's about their constituents. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I am here to make Jim Wells County better, not just my precinct, but we cannot work changing policies or changing rules in the middle of the game. We can't change that. It's gotta be brought forward. We all have to be in agreement.
On, I said I was gonna take it in for my 2 months. I said I didn't want to be involved in the part where we had a team going here, here, and here.
No, you made a comment. As of right now, I'm not gonna use a chip spreader. And it's in the minutes, it's a recording. So I can play it back. I got it
Well,
right.
if I don't use
you
the
know,
chip
and-
spreader,
and-
but I'll use the distributor.
But that wasn't what was said. So all I'm trying to do is we decided on one thing, let's honor that. And if we're gonna make changes, bring it back
But we
so we
said
can
that
all
before.
understand.
But we
all
said it
understand.
before when I first came in. I have been here almost 2 years and I have yet to do a road with any of the equipment. And precinct 3, I mean, we've been paying the insurance on it. I have never used it yet. My constituents are waiting for me to get my roads. I've got roads ready. We just picked up the machines. They're working on it right now, getting everything cleaned and filters done, everything that needs to be done to get started.
Okay, and my understanding was that you were gonna go out for bids on your roads.
I have on some.
And that's what happened. So you made a motion, that you made a comment saying that you weren't gonna use
Chip spreader?
the chip spreader. You weren't gonna use it. So what I'm asking you, if the rotation was 2 months each, it's over. October 1st was my month. I'm supposed to get it, regardless of what happened. You all decided to, so let me use them a little bit more. I can go back and show you where you guys, I can tell you exactly how much oil you bought, how many miles you can use with that oil, and regardless, that's all y'all did. Now, October 1st is here, it's in the minutes. I was supposed to get it October 1st, I didn't get it. Whatever happened, it's not my concern. My concern is that I was supposed to get them October 1st. And we decided to change any of that, it should have been brought before the court prior to the date, so we could have been in agreement. We weren't in agreement. We were in agreement at the very first, March 14th, that we were gonna rotate 2 months, and Mr. Garcia made the motion, as he also made the motion to accept the payments, to split the payments. Everybody should have split the cost on the repairs. Never happened. I submitted everything to y'all. So this is what was said in the minutes. I'm not saying anything different. I'm just saying it was not honored. That was proposed to the Commissioner's Court on March 14th in the minutes, but it has not been honored. So what are we doing? Why do we bring stuff to Commissioner's Court if we're gonna ignore it?
I was ignored the first thing we decided to do when we were going to take it from here, whoever needed it next would be here. That never worked out either.
No, because nobody participated. We were the only ones who participated in. And it's like I said, and then we discussed the issue of,
Kept the machinery for a year and a half, you were the only one that participated.
when we decided to go unified road system, I went to your 147, I believe it was. We were there, we were the only ones. Nobody else participated with any personnel. We were the only ones who did it. And I told you, I have the personnel, I'll go, I'll do all this. All I need is flaggers. I need people just laboring on the bottom, and that's it. Nobody participated in it, not even yourselves. You were doing food distribution in Tecolote when we got there. So I did my part.
We've never gone and worked with you.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Not when we were there in 147, I believe it was, right there, Arena Road, that area. Y'all never showed up. You had one or two guys there, and that was it. Nobody else showed up. So we were there. I held up to my end of the bargain. So I'm asking everybody that submitted information on March 14th, honor your word that you said that you were going to do it 2 months apiece, and then I was going to get them on October 1st. That's all I'm asking. That's all I'm asking. The machine should have already been with us. If we decided to change the rules in the middle of the game, nobody brought it forward here. Nobody said anything. I mean, we could have talked about it, fine, but nobody did. Now I'm sitting with material there, and I've been telling people October 1st is our day. which is even still later. It was supposed to have been sooner than that because it's in the minutes. It's right there. And it hasn't been honored. So what are we doing?
And I guess we have to come back to Commissioner's Court again, I guess.
But you can't change the rules in the middle of the game. If you decided on one thing, so be it. Decided on it. You know, I can tell you, and I'm not trying to insult anybody here, but I can tell you, you picked up 8 loads. If you did 8 loads of oil, 8 loads of oil will do 1.6 miles on a single coat. If you go double coat, it'll go half of that. That's all we done. If I'm gonna tell people we did 1 mile in 8 months, what are we doing? 4 months, I'm sorry. What are we doing? It's not doing anything. So, and I'm not trying to put anybody in a spot here. I'm trying to say, this is the month that I should have gotten him. I've got to get him. It's obvious that we need a different system. This is not going to work. It's not going to work. It'll never work. It's hilarious, isn't it? It's not going to work, guys. It's not. You know?
But it's not gonna work, because then when you had the equipment, you didn't wanna let it go. You kept the equipment forever
Margie,
without rotating it.
we already discussed that. We discussed it the last time, what it was. Okay? And I've already stated my point. You will not be able to hold that equipment for whatever little time you have. You're not gonna do the work. We can do it a lot faster than anybody else can because we have the zipper that we can tear the machine up and we can tear it in half a day. I can do a mile. And then we can come in there and the following day seal coat it. None of y'all can do that because you don't have that equipment. It's gonna take you longer. And while you guys are prepping your road, that machine's sitting right there parked and it's not doing any justice for nobody. So, but we held a commissioners court meeting. We discussed what we were gonna do. Everybody was in agreement and I budged and I said, okay, fine, let's do it. Let's go that route. We went that route and it didn't go. It didn't happen. Nobody honored it. So why do we even go to commissioner's court? So that means that whenever I get the machines, I can just say, I'm not gonna give them back to nobody anymore. And then y'all can bring me to commissioner's court and I'll still hold them.
That's what you did the last time.
And that's what I'll do again if we have to, because nobody honors it.
Neither did you.
It was an honor, Margie. It was time that the machines were broken.
I make
and
a
there was
motion
bad
to
weather.
table this item.
And where are we gonna go with the table?
A second.
Where are we gonna go with it?
Nowhere.
That's why I brought it over to the,
Do you have all your,
I have my rock, yep,
You
we got
rock.
everything. We're just getting the machines clean. We're gonna go ahead and just do all filters. We're gonna get everything done, so we'll walk around, no problem.
and what, today's date is the 11th. So it's been 11 days that you've got the machines.
No, I haven't had it. I hadn't had it since.
Okay, no, you got them last week.
Last Thursday.
Okay, so, we're gonna sit here and it's just nothing's gonna come out of it. It's gonna be very little mileage that we're gonna cover because the process doesn't
Well, it's
work.
already getting cold.
Because when I started working on my road, it was raining. I didn't get to,
But that's what I told you. What happens if it rains? You said, it's too bad. That's the comment you made. And that's what I'm saying. Okay, well, how can you have it 2 months? How much work can you do in 2 months? You're not, it's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. And I can beat it a dead horse as much as you can. It's not gonna work. It'll never work.
well, it's a motion and a second, it's gonna be, actually no action, It's, so there's no action on this item, so, because we don't have the for or against, and I don't participate, so I really don't. Anyway.
Well, you gotta take a vote. There's a motion and a second. You gotta vote on it.
Vote on it.
Yeah, well, there's.
Vote on it. Vote, make a vote. I just want it to be public. I want the public to see what you guys are doing here. That's all I want. If this is the public's money, this is the public's equipment, and what are we doing with it? Let's go. Make the motion. What's your motion, Margie?
Well, I would have to vote with Wicho, I can't take sides.
We held a meeting, we made a judgment, and now we're going against it.
okay, so say the vote. All in favor?
All in favor, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign.
Sign.
Nay, just, one of the reasons I didn't participate because of this you were never gonna be in agreement. So, you know, so for me to choose sides, it's not something that I don't wanna do. So I just rather, it's for another day. You know, we're never, if the judge ever, you know, on the next meeting, if he's here, you know, we'll have a full court where we can be, make a better decision, I guess.
I make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second.
So there was no action on the,
Give me the motion to adjourn.
okay, motion to adjourn. There's a motion, a second, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign.